evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Got mostly blue skies overhead, warmish day, and track listed as fast. The announcer listed as slow. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note in race number 1, number 6, Tempting, the driver Jay Harris. Jay Harris drives number 6, Tempting in race 1. Race number 2, the Pinball Wizard, Jason Ryan will drive. Jason Ryan drives number 2, the Pinball Wizard. In race number 3, scratched is number 1, Sicario. Race 3, scratch 1, Sicario. Race number 4, no changes. No changes, race 4. Race 5 will go as programmed. Race number 6, no changes. Race number 7, no changes. Race number 8, no changes. Race 9 will go as programmed. And the 10th race is changeless. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1 starts the early daily double. Jay Harris drives number 6, Tempting. And the second race, number 2, the Pinball Wizard, Jason Ryan. 17 minutes to our first dash. Time to welcome in my co-host and our handicapping expert. And, that title of handicapping expert was transferred from Rob over to you. And you are really bearing down on that title as well, because so far we started off the meat sugar. Your picks have been outstanding.
Well, I guess this is where I say thank you, and the check is in the mail, right? We've had a pretty good start to the meet. I'm surprised, actually, because even in London, when we start into a brand new meet, Gary, horses are coming in from all over the place, different tracks, and it's tough to start out on the right foot with trying to find some winners and hit some tickets, what have you. So, surprisingly for me, let's hope the good times continue to roll at Grand River Raceway.
How about your harness racing weekend? I mean, it was an interesting weekend, and I know you're Mr. Harness Racing just because you're not here handicapping on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. What was your thoughts on the weekend of harness racing?
Yeah, I get asked a lot, especially this time of year. What do you do when London's not racing? And I said, I find things to do. Working with you up at Grand River Raceway here remotely, of course, and got a gig coming up this Sunday afternoon at Clinton. So, but Saturday, what a big day! Richest race for harness horses in Canada, one of them, right? The $1 million Pepsi North America Cup. I was watching that card. I was going back and forth, actually, from the couch and out to the patio to watch the Oilers versus Panthers Stanley Cup Finals. Of course, they're into it, and disappointing for the Oilers, but I was not disappointed with the harness racing action Saturday night. A wonderful job with Chad getting his first call for an NA Cup night announcing gig, and he did a fine job. And what an exciting NA Cup final!
Yeah, absolutely. And I was happy for Chad too. I known him since he was 12 years old when I was at Elmira Raceway. And he used to help me sweep up the floors, and he checked for a few refund tickets lying on the floor while he was at it. But he certainly has a background of knowledge, so he got his first cup, and of course the race. Great. So, listen, a great weekend of racing, but you know what? Tonight we've got the stage here, and I looked ahead at the card. I had to do more studying because I'm trying to at least keep up, so not get completely embarrassed. Because right now, if it was a fight between the two of us, I think the referee would be thinking of stepping in the ring and saying, "Yeah, this thing's over." So, look, I'm going to try to bring a little wisdom tonight, Sugar, and we'll be back at about 8 minutes to post, maybe 7 minutes to post time. Get your pick five ticket. We'll get a look at that.
Sounds great. Ready. Welcome back to the show, everyone. You're watching Grand River Raceway. 10 dashes on tap. Beauty of an evening for a horse race up around Elora, Ontario. Um, Pick five play. Starting things up. Race number one. It's a $5,000 guaranteed pool. Go to wager here at the river. The opening leg. Uh, we're going to bring up my ticket idea here, and not going to cost a whole lot of money to play along with this pick five ticket idea. We'll have more tickets as well for Gary Guy. I believe Conley Ecclestone will offer up his best pick five ticket idea as well. 6 minutes wagering time on race number one of 10. Let's get a look. Some ticket ideas. Alrighty, here in the opener, I'm using my top three, 1, 2, and 7 beach games on the rail. Trying to double up. Was adding Lasix last time out and got the job done. 55 and 3, home and 29 flat there. HP. Oh, I'm going to wait for Gary to announce and pronounce the two horse in here. I know I've never called this one in a race, so I'm going to wait on Gary, but I'm using that too. Just can't pronounce his name. The 7, Lions Marion. Lions Marion. From Post 7, Jason Ryan on board that one. A better showing in the latest when trying Grand River's 5/8 track, home in 28 and 3 for a trip in 56 and 3. If there was another one I wanted to throw in here, it would be number 6, Tempting, now with the driver changed to Jay Harris. Think about it. Over to race number 2, leg 2 of the pick 5 sequence. We're on the outside using the trotters. Oh, Handicapping Perfetto and the 7, Prince of Sussex. Those are the two I'm going to in leg 2 of the pick 5 play. 3 deep in the middle leg, race 3, My Retirement Dream, shipping in from Woodbine Mohawk Park, also including number 4, our Royalport. Very nice trotter who loves a front end mission. Number 6, Dalquist Hanover, another one to consider from the outside gate. Mild upset winner in 54 flat in the latest over the big track. Race number 4. Staying with the 3 deep theme in there, Autumn Honey, RJ Jean, Little Moments, 1, 4, and 5 on the pace for leg 4 of this pick 5 play. And the final leg, we're on the inside. Looks like we've got a couple of class droppers. Number 1, Artie's Ideal. Sam Fillion on board for Kyle Fellows. And the 2, Sometime Somewhere, Sharp Deuce in the latest. That was after missing 4 or 5 months of racing. Action came from well back, turning for home, up for the deuce, home in 27 and 1. Gets a big shot to top that high 5 play in the 5th. Gets a big shot to cap off the pick 5 if we happen to make it over into that 5th and final leg. 21.60 on a 20-cent wager. Gary Guy standing by, and we're going to look at Gary's early pick 5 ticket idea.
Well, as always, I don't spend as much, $9.60. And I'm with you on the first race, but I did not add in the 7, even though that is my third choice. I went only the 2 deep, the 1 and 2 beach games in HP Terpsichore and beach games, the top 2. And yeah.
I would have butchered that bad, Gary. I would have butchered it bad.
I just happened to look it up, that's all. I'm not that smart. Race number 2, I have your same top 2, Prince of Sussex and Handicapping Perfetto. I added Cadabra Kaboom, Jody Cullen Barn. I know Mark Cullen's driving, but you know what? Jody, this is a horse that might turn it back around. Things have been a little south of late, but also is a very capable one. And it's just tough to leave Jody Cullen off of a ticket. And look, if this horse stepped up, probably would be a price because that the lines will scare some people away. Race 3, I have just our Royalport and My Retirement Dream. I have respect for the 6. I only went 2 deep there. Race number 4, I'm just alone with RJ Jean. Had to single it down to keep it shorter. We have the same 4 horses in order in our picks, but I went just 1 deep with RJ Jean. And in the 5th race, I actually have a couple more than you because I think the 5th race is really pretty wide open. I do have Sometime Somewhere in Artie's Ideal as my top 2, but I added in Nighttime Dancer and Hunter Hill just because I think that's a pretty wide open dash and things could get a little awry because I think it's going to be a very hotly contested dash.
Well, you got some big speed threats in there in that 5th race, like Hunter Hill, the winner last time out, where I had him nowhere. on my tickets, but he could come right back in there, Gary.
Yeah, neither of us had Hunter Hill. That was a big surprise, and took a lot of money early. We mentioned the early money, and then went out and lived up to it. One going away. We'll see if Conley. And I think Conley has a pick five ticket, but nonetheless,
Hmm.
Hunter Hill was one that I did include. There's Conley. Your thoughts on Conley's ticket?
Well, I don't mind Conley's ticket because one thing I did add there, finishing up my ticket idea, Conley actually selects this six tempting on top, and the driver change is interesting. Jay Harris hops on board, Gary.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and look, Sean Stacy, the trainer, but when he puts down a catch driver instead of driving himself, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Sean Stacy's driving. It's just that when the trainer is opting off and now putting down a driver, he's saying, "I think he's ready."
Kinda, yeah, and Jay a little more familiar with Grand River Raceway as far as the driving goes. A little busier in the bike this season versus Sean, right?
Yeah, and Sean has 11 drives on the year, so also just that constant driving helps you to be a little tighter, a little sharper, and so yeah, Jay Harris on tempting. You do have a Freed from Desire as your fourth pick in there, but I think we will probably discuss tempting as your fourth pick. And the thing with Conley's
Hmm.
ticket broadened out in that fifth race I mentioned. I thought the fifth was wide open, so
Yes.
has broadened out. Understand we've got a post break coming up. We'll be talking to you right after the first race post break, Sugar.
Cool.
There's a look at the Paddock camera, the Ontario Equine Employment and Education Program Paddock camera. Field on Post Parade. And it is the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals Post Parade. And there is one Beach Games. Daryl Thiessen for Francis Dumichel. Race number 2, HP Terpsichore, Sammy Filia for Chantal Mitchell and Claudemel and Guy Dossetel. Number 3 is Rosie Beach, Mike Horner for Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. And number 4, Dream Shot, Martin Lachance for Neil Ostrom. 5 is Freed from Desire, Anthony Hahn for Meg Crone. Number 6, Tempting, Jay Harris for Sean Stacy. Number 7, Lions Marion, Jason Ryan for Anthony Beaton and 3 Lions Racing. And number 8, Kiss Cam, Austin Surrey for Sean Stacy and David Reed and Nancy Malik and Diane Bertrand and Robert Gillespie. Field of 8, race number 1. Let's get a look at this first of 10 dashes on this beautiful Monday evening. And number 1, Beach Games. Well, the fans have identified Beach Games as the one to beat, and both of us are on Beach Games. Last time out, though, the win by just a nose, but in a good time.
Yeah, good time is right, right to the mark of 55-3. He's a three-time, or she's a three-time winner. Gets a rail to work with, so we'll hopefully be finding a trip similar to what she had last week over the river. And it was the addition of Lasix, right, that I think had her breaking on through to the other side. And second time Lasix angle, even better for me on my end.
And that is a kind of an interesting angle that horses are better the second time with the Lasix. I guess they're more confident that, okay, they won't bleed and they know that they're going to be fine. Beach Games, Daryl Thiessen's been having a hot year, 307. driving average so far really has broken out. Number 2, HB
Hmm.
Terpsichore. Well, look at the recent form has really come on nicely after a couple of duds at Mohawk to start the career.
Confidence is running very high for this daughter he's watching. And here's another speed threat as well, Gary. So I like her body language here on the bit here for driver Sammy Filion, who's having a great run at Grand River Raceway, right? We've seen him in the winner's circle multiple times already. He's really fitting in to the driving colony at the river.
Yeah, he's got kind of a pretty quiet, unassuming style. Doesn't seem to
Hmm.
be all that noticeable, just gets the job done. Others, how about number 7, Lions Marion? Jason Ryan for Anthony Beaton. I left this one off my pick 5, and I'll tell you, it's really tough to kind of look past Anthony Beaton. He's had a lot of success, and this is one that also finished a good back half last time out.
Yeah, we saw it last week a few times, Gary. Horses coming in from the big track of Woodbine Mohawk Park that weren't showing much, and this was one of them. But what a nice improvement, really, when touching down in the 5/8, racing from 7th, moving into 6th on the wide side, closed up well to be 4th with a back quarter 28-3. I would not be leaving this horse off any tickets.
Yeah, and also look, made a break 2 starts ago, so now has that flat line too. So they're a little more confident to
Right.
be able to use this one a little bit more. Lions Marion and Jason Ryan. Now you wanted to talk about number 6, Tempting. You're tempted on the 6.
Oh, quite a name, right? When I got word of the driver change, when you were going through the changes, I'm like, whoa, Jay Harris now. And nothing against Sean Stacy, but Jay is, again, much busier in the sulky and more familiar with driving around Grand River Raceway. I like the look of the horse on parade and his name. Indeed, he is so tempting right now at 11-1.
Well, also it should be telling Sean has 156 starters this year and yet 11 drives. So he's been driving horses when he's still just getting a handle on things, or and now the fact that Jay is driving, and look, there have been other catch drives driving, so I think
Hmm.
that's it's just a sign that when Sean isn't driving a horse, it's because he wants a catch driver down.
The key thing with this horse, Gary, tonight will be minding the manners. If this horse gets away cleanly, uh, be on the lookout. I'd be mentioning beware right now about number 6.
Yeah, we did both use Freed from Desire before that driver change to round out our ticket, and is coming in off of a win at Georgian Downs in a maiden. It's a field of 8 beach games, HB Terpsichore and Rosie Beach on the inside. In the center, Dream Shot, Freed from Desire. To the outside, Tempting, Lions Marion, and Kiss Cam. It's a field of 8. Race number 1, first of 10 dashes. Field for the first race is at the start of the rough, and Beach Games will blast out from the inside. HP Terpsichore, Freed from Desire, and then on the outside is Kiss Cam, and then it is Tempting. Back to Rosie Beach as the field races around the turn, and then it is a Dream Shot as they race their way on up towards that opening quarter. Beach Games has got the lead. Beach Games 3-5 on the board, has an advantage right now of about 3 lengths. Beach Games, Freed from Desire's racing position second. HP Terpsichore is third. Beach Games went off stride. Beach Games has the front given away now to Freed from Desire. Freed from Desire leads by 3. HP Terpsichore, Kiss Cam is racing third. 26 second opening panel put up by Beach Games, but now off stride and trailing the field as the 3-5 favorite. So now it is Freed from Desire who's got the lead. HB Terpsichore, and on the outside, Tempting is moving up first over. Kiss Cam on the inside, and then Rosie Beach from the backfield. Lions Marion and Dream Shot. It is Freed from Desire at 10-1 who has the lead. On the outside, that is Tempting getting closer. Tempting and Freed from Desire, they're going to go at it. And then Kiss Cam, HB Terpsichore is on the inside, racing fourth and still in the hunt. Then Lions Marion and Rosie Beach and Dream Shot off a 56 and 2 half. They race by 3/4, 126, and it's Freed from Desire. Tempting on the outside. Tempting and Freed from Desire. Tempting looking to measure Freed from Desire. Now has come on to take a very slim lead. Freed from Desire is trying to rally. And then a late push. Lions, Marin, and Kiss Cam on down the stretch where they come. And Freed from Desire and Tempting are still going at it. Tempting has the late lead as they come on to the finish. Tempting, a late move from Lions, Marion. Tempting is going to win. Lions, Marion, Freed from Desire, and Kiss Cam 155 and 3. Tempting. Well, you were tempted there, Sugar.
Appropriately. I got word of this driver change not long before the post parade, so it was kind of tricky to doctor up the tickets and the selections. But congratulations, Conley Ecclestone. That was his top play in race number one. A 10-1 price player, but that driver changed to Jay Harris. Oh, so tempting to use in that pick five play.
Yeah, just driven so much more confidently, was put into action. That's the difference. Of course, now getting away from Mohawk and coming here certainly helps. And off of 54 and 4 mile last time out, it's not like that this filly wasn't showing anything, but the move away from Mohawk.
Yeah, that and the fact that she did indeed mind those manners gets her first career victory. But big late push by number 7, Lions Marion. Great finish when sitting well back in the early going. Beach Games, heavy favorite, put up a quick quarter 26. Was a little bumpy through that opening turn, and Daryl did his best to try to keep her together, but she lost it just after that hot quarter.
Yeah, and look, it's not just that Tempting wins to start off the pick five because Tempting is 10-1, but also we're already knocking out a 3-5 shot off that pick five ticket.
Look at the prices throughout this, Gary. Exactor, Try, Superfecta, and now likely the pick five play. Ooh,
Well,
big payouts coming.
the four outside post positions, and one thing we know, post is not as important here at Grand River, and the first race shows that.
Exactly. 5, 6, 7. Love those posts at the river.
Back in front of us is number 6 Tempting, 3-year-old Always Be Mickey Bay filly by Nickway Farms, trained by Sean Stacy. Jay Harris, the winning driver, and Tempting is 155 and 3 for a first lifetime win. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow, victorious in race 1. The first race payout, 6 Tempting, 23.90, 17.40 and 12.30. 7 Lines Marion, $14 and 9.80. And 5 Freed from Desire, 6.20. $2 Exactor, 452.20. Dollar Try, 680.40. 20-cent Super, 1128.60. Kaboom, shakalaka. First race order finish from the top. 8765-3124. That's 8765-3124 in the bottom.
I'm Natasha Day. I train and drive harness racing horses at London, Ontario. These are my main products that I use in my racehorse barn that are all Omega Alpha, the Biotic 8, the Immune Plus, the Anti-Flam, which is great for the horses after they've had a hard day racing. The Biotic 8, I swear by it. Get all the dapples out, gets the old coat out, gets everything pumping and moving and makes the shine really come out.
So, upset in the opener, and not a shocking upset. I mean, the driver changed to Jay Harris aboard Tempting for her maiden victory, 155-3. We mentioned all she had to do was mind those manners. She got off the car well. Uh, Jay found a nice spot up close and let her roll first up a long way. So, a great learning curve for that big daughter of Always Be Mickey, conditioned by Sean Stacy, going out for Nickway Farms of Newfoundland. Tempting, starting things up at 10-1. Again, an excellent selection long before the driver change even came up. Connolly Ecclestone was all over number 6 Tempting to start things up tonight, 10-1. Price player, and lots of great ticket coming back. The Exactor Try, Superfecta, all paying well. So, pick 4 play. Starting things up here, race number 2, trotting event. Nice handle in the opener, by the way. Thanks for the players showing up for race 1. Over 30,000 in handle for race number 1. Over $8,000 in that pick 5 pool with a 10-1 shot starting things up. The trotters then in race number 2. I went outside. We are using 2 on Neriatak Perfetto as well as 7 Prince of Sussex, 6 and 7 for me. Starting up this pick 4 play over into race number 3. Staying on the trot, preferred trotters, preferred to event for a purse of $11,000 in the third. We're using 3, My Retirement Dream. Stallion, son of Ilsano Dream, racing for Eli Wagler. Paul McKenzie going on board and comes in for the big track of Woodbine Mohawk Park. $345,000 winner, My Retirement Dream. For sure, one to consider in the third. Number 4, Our Royal Port. Loved him in London. Big gate speed threat there. Daryl Thiessen on board. Likely to have him in play in the early going. And then also using 6, Dalquist Hanover. Had the mild upset in his latest over the big track. Race number 4. Switching to Pacers in there. Inside with Autumn Honey. Mike Horner finishing up 4th with the daughter of Captain Crunch in her latest, home in 29-1. That's good enough for me for using her in the 4th race. We're also including RJG in the 4 and 5 Little Moments. And on the end of it, we're going into the 5th race. Nice pacing event. A couple of class droppers on the inside. Artie's Ideal, Sammy Filion, and 2 Sometime Somewhere, Jason Ryan on board. I love that 2 on the end of the pick 4 play. Maybe a key player for me to top that high 5, non-jackpot high 5 play in race number 5. There's a pick 4 ticket as well for our friend Gary Guy. We'll bring Gary's ticket up as well. Gary in for $4.80 on his 20-cent wager for the pick four. And he's on the 4, 6, and 7. Starting things up here at race number 2, his top selection there was the 7 Prince of Sussex. His top selection in the third was 4 Our Royal Port, though he does include My Retirement Dream at a post 3 as well. Gary Single in the fourth race. He is all over the daughter of Dally, that being R.J. Jean. Got the parking ticket over Georgian's 5/8 track, and that was after missing some time. That was the first start of 2025, so maybe turning the corner. R.J. Jean, Austin Sorey gets the call to catch drive. He was on board for a winning qualifier over the river on June the 4th, so I can see where Gary's going with his single in 4 R.J. Jean in race 4. He's gone deepest of all in race number 5 with a 1, 2, 3, and 5. Gary figures potential of maybe a price player showing up there on the end. He calls race 5, the non-jackpot high 5, wide open. Conley off to a great start at the river, selecting that 10-1 winner in race number 1. We might have a ticket as well for Conley.
While we're waiting for Conley's ticket, there's something I want to interject here. So Jason Ryan should be listed as driving 1 fantastic MVP. Sammy Filia will drive 2. So Jason Ryan is driving the 1 fantastic MVP while we're waiting for Conley's ticket. And I filled appropriately, and there it is, Sugar.
Yes, you're right. Gotcha then. Sammy Filion now driving the 1 fantastic MVP.
No, correction.
Here.
Sammy will be driving the 2 as programmed. So Jason Ryan is driving the 1.
Oh, I see it how it goes. Then, yeah, okay. Good enough. Caught me on the fly, but we're all good now.
Yes.
Thank you, Gary. Conley's pick 4 ticket then. Here in the second race, 2 minutes away. We'll see them post-braiding here shortly. Conley going outside. We're on the same page, myself and Conley, for the second race, both using 6 and 7. The third race, using 3 and 4. He's with Gary on that one. Fourth race for Conley. He's going to single up the 6 Calico Sealster. So Conley's certainly taking some shots with some price players on tonight's racing card. And there he is going deepest of all, like Gary, on the end of the pick 4 play. A little over a minute. We'll see them post-parading here shortly. Next voice you hear will be Gary Guy.
Field on post parade for race number 2, one fantastic MVP, Jason Wright for Jack Moisevan, High Stakes Incorporated. Number 2 is the Pinball Wizard, Sammy Filia for Yvette Gallant and Ivan Gallant. Number 3 is Fashion Contender, Garrett Rooney for Scott West. Number 4 is Cadabra Kaboom. Mark Cullen drives for Jody Cullen and Tammy Aspen and Marie Nielsen. 5 is not there, but 6 is Oneratak Perfetto, Austin Sorry for Daniel Creighton. 5 is scratched. And number 7 is Prince of Sussex, Daryl Thiessen for Gerard Demers and Mark LeMay. It is a field of 6 for race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Sugar, an interesting group of trotters, and we get a couple of classy ones on the outside, but you and I both went to Prince of Sussex and Daryl Thiessen to kick off this second race as our top choice.
Yeah, Prince of Sussex, good-looking son of creatine here, and a two-time winner this season. Got the job done earlier on in 2025, 58-1 speed over Flamborough. Has been over the big track at Woodbine Mohawk Park in 55-4. Outside post for this one does not bother me one iota. I think the speed's got to come from both the 6 and 7 here, and I think it's got a great shot at an exactor box play here, Gary.
Yeah, and an outside post in a field of 6 is not really that big a concern because you'll find the seat that you want, and usually you don't have to worry too much about getting hung out. And Prince of Sussex is one that in the past, look last year, $51,000 earned. Now is only $293 away from being the $250,000 mark. And you get Daryl Thiessen, Gerard Demers, strong connections. Oneratak Perfetto, it's his final year of racing, and he's going to go out with a bang. In fact, he's getting better with age. He had 11 wins last year, 8 this year.
Very capable of topping the win total from last season, Gary. Winner over $800,000. Picked up career win number 60 on one of our final race days in London. Back to the barn of owner-trainer Dan Crichton for this one. Austin Sorey certainly knows this old campaigner well. Has been busy in the claiming box, but I don't think anybody's going to be reaching in this evening for 12.50. Oneratak Perfetto at 7-2. Love his chances. Love him as an exactor factor.
Yeah, and can you imagine if these two horses are side by side, which they will be, and they're talking. Princess Sussex says, I'm getting close to $250,000, and Oneratak says, yeah, 822, buddy. Keep it quiet. How about
like that, right?
Yeah,
small potatoes for Oneratak Perfetto, talking that kind of money.
Yeah, they're talking a little smack. Number 4, Cadabra Kaboom, Jody Cullen's barn. I got so much regard for Jody Cullen's barn. Does a ton of winning over at Flamborough, and Mark Cullen driving. This is the one that's kind of fallen on a little bit of slim times of late, but well, look at that start back February the 1st in a non-winners of 4 at Flamborough, won by 11 1/4.
Certainly good to go on that occasion. Just got involved in a braking issue there, May the 10th over Flamborough. And, it looks like he just took a month away to kind of freshen up and get ready for a summer meet where he would face the starting gate at Grand River Raceway. And that's exactly what you're getting here this evening with Cadabra Kaboom.
And if you're looking to round out the Super, I went with the 2. You went with 3, Fashion Contender. They're both ones that, Pinball Blizzard is moving down. Fashion Contender moved down last race and is staying down here. Better last start for Fashion Contender.
For me, outside the 6 and 7, Gary, you could really go anywhere for those 3rd and 4th spot. Number 3, Fashion Contender, Garrett Rooney, I mentioned, might be picking up a few more drives this week because he had a really good run last week at the River.
One thing with Fashion Contender, was fashionable last year, made $61,000 in 32 starts. This year's been a much different story. So Fashion Contender and G Money driving, and is currently at 6-1. The Pinball Wizard is 7-2. Now is Yeah, it was getting a lot of action, but there is Prince of Sussex at even money. It's Fantastic MVP, the Pinball Wizard on the inside. Fashion Contender, Cadabra Kaboom in the center, Onerattack Perfetto, and Prince of Sussex on the outside. It is a field of six, the second dash, on a marvelous Monday as we are gathered at the river. Field of six trotters for the second race. They're at the start of the rough in Prince of Sussex, Onerattack Perfetto, Cadabra Kaboom, Fashion Contender, the Pinball Wizard, Fantastic MVP. A lot of early action. Fashion Contender is looking to sashay right out and grab the lead, but the Pinball Wizard on the inside has got the lead, and the Pinball Wizard is who is on top right now and leads it by about 2 1/4. Fashion Contender is second, and then Onerattack Perfetto racing third as they come off the turn and they roll on towards us. Then fourth is Prince of Sussex right now. They straighten out off the turn and head up towards the half. The opening quarter, lively 27-1. Second from last is Fantastic MVP. And then Cadabra Kaboom has to pass 5 to win. They head up towards the half, and right now on top is the Pinball Wizard and Sammy Fillion. And racing position second, Fashion Contender. But the Pinball Wizard at 8-1 is leading, and Fashion Contender second, 57-1 the halftime. Onerattack Perfetto third, Prince of Sussex, then Fantastic MVP, and Cadabra Kaboom is trailing the field. And the Pinball Wizard still game on the lead and is in front right now. Racing second, Fashion Contender. Onerattack Perfetto, the veteran, is on the outside, getting up a little bit closer, and Prince of Sussex is about 3 1/4 from the front. 3/4 recorded still by the Pinball Wizard. 126-3. The Pinball Wizard. Then it is Onerattack Perfetto. Prince of Sussex. Fashion Contender. On the inside is only a length and a half back. And they're fanned out 3 wide as the field turns from Prince of Sussex and Onerattack Perfetto now. On down the stretch route they come. Onerattack Perfetto and Prince of Sussex. The veteran Onerattack Perfetto is game. Onerattack Perfetto is going to win. Prince of Sussex second, Fashion Contender third, Fantastic MVP fourth, 157-1. Onerattack Perfetto, career win number 61, Sugar.
Wow, back class, right? What a nice old trotter. Seasons mark this evening over the river in 157-1. He was all heart there this evening. He went first up a long ways, and then he had to hold off the challenger. The actual favorite, Prince of Sussex, was trying to come on and get him late in the mile. Just wasn't going to happen, though. Again, the veteran with his back class, all heart.
And you mentioned back with Daniel Creighton, and he's had the ticket with Onerattack Perfetto, and that last start at Dresden in a different barn certainly was racing very well for all those starts before that last race. So comes right back, not shocking.
Not shocking at all. He's got a great record thus far in 2025. Now a 9-time winner from 20 starts. So almost hitting at 50%. Every second time he goes out, he's a winner pretty much, right? So I don't think you can ever go wrong with Onerattack Perfetto next time he shows up at Grand River Raceway or anytime he shows up at a track this summer.
Yeah, and if Onerattack is talking to Prince of Sussex, okay, buddy, you got your $250,000, but I just added on the winner's share.
He just keeps on padding his total, right? Wouldn't that be something if he get close to a $900,000? He got 80 grand last season, and he could tack on another 50 or 60,000 over the next 6 or 7 months.
Tell you who else is padding the totals is Austin Sorey winning with Onerattack Perfetto. Austin is having a very fine campaign. Onerattack Perfetto, the winner of race 2, 14-year-old Dewey Cheatham and Howe Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Daniel Creighton. 9th win this year. 61 wins lifetime. Onerattack Perfetto. 157-1 for a new season's best. Second race payout 6 Narrow Jack Perfetto $5 to 72.30. 7 Prince of Sussex 310 to 53. Fashion Contender 290. $2 Exactor 12.20. Dollar Try 11.90. Dollar Super 60.05. 20-cent Super 12.01. $2 Double of 6 and 6 $152. Second race, so we're finished from the top, is 4635 scratch 1 2. That's 4635 scratch 1 2 on the bottom. There is a look at the Paddock camera presented by the Ontario Equine Education and Employment Program. Field for the third on the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals post parade. One scratch to Prince Archie, Garrett Rooney for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. Number 3 is My Retirement Dream, Paul McKenzie for Eli Wagler. Four is Our Royal Port, Daryl Cheeson for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number 5, Insanity, Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Michael Goldberg. Number 6, Dalquist, Hanover Semi-Filia for Gary Murner and Gino Toscani. Field of 5 for race number 3. Let's get a look at this field, a compact field, and, well, good field of trotters. Last race was a good field of trotters. We had the classy Onerattack Perfetto win, and now this group. This is a group that has a lot of credentials, preferred to. We both like Our Royal Port, and I can tell you, I do love that most of his money was earned last year as a 5-year-old against some pretty hard-knocking ones.
Always nice to see a harness horse get better with age, and saw that up around London with the pacing mares by Ram Baron. The Ram Barons seem to get better with age. So here's a son of Archangel, Our Royal Port. He was with us a lot of the meet over London through the winter months, and anytime this horse touched down in the lead, he would normally put up a big mile, and I could see that happening tonight. Look at him; he's fresh, he's very sharp, he's right on the bit here for Daryl Thiessen. Gets a great shot to take down the top class this evening at the River.
Yeah, and that win at Georgian Downs, that looked like a training mile. Put in a big third panel just to stay on top, and then one under wraps by 3. In the grass just to stay a little calm, but he looks pretty calm. He's just listening. What are they saying about me? Are they saying I'm going to win? Because I am going to win. How about number 3, My Retirement Dream? Look, this is one that has substantial earnings, but a lot of that was OSS action, 2 and 3-year-olds compared to the older horses that Our Royal Port face, but My Retirement Dream certainly has been legit.
A very honest trotter, Gary, for the owner, trainer, breeder. Eli Wagler has been with this horse every step of the way. A stallion, son of a Sogno Dream. It's Paul McKenzie with the catch driving assignment. $345,000 earned. As you mentioned, Gary, a fabulous Ontario Sires Stakes competitor over the last couple of seasons, and now switching to the 4-year-olds. He's going to meet up with some very nice trotters in here. He's already been in a graduate over Woodbine Mohawk Park early May. Things didn't work out from there. He's come back to pick up some checks in recent starts, and again, now he tries the top class trotters at the River.
And then let's look at number 6, Dalquist Hanover. Well, back-to-back 10th place finishes, so just looking to make an improvement last time out. I would say that was an improvement.
Yeah, it was, and I like his chances here, but not a big fan of the price. I figured he would be 3-1, 7-2 range. So for me right now, he's overbet, but a nice heart-building win in the latest.
Yeah, and look, mile of 54 caught everybody's attention. It's getting a lot of love at 8-5, so really fans were impressed. Look, Sammy Filio, Gary Murner, strong connections, but Dalquist Hanover, I do like those other 2 ahead of him. One more, number 5, Insanity. This is one that had a pretty crazy good season last year.
Right, he's a consistent sort, very honest trotter. I don't know if I've ever seen this horse make a break. He loves to be on or near the lead. He's not going to be cutting this one out, but if Jason can manage a spot up close, he could get a piece of it.
It's a field of 5 for race number 3, and the trotters taking up their positions. It's Prince Archie. My Retirement Dream on the inside. In the center, our Royal Port. And to the outside, Insanity and Dalquist Hanover, who right now is the 3-2 betting favorite, although 3 My Retirement Dream and our Royal Port both 9-5 just a second ago. Field 5 trotters, preferred 2 trotters for the third in the backstretch, gathering speed. Field for the third. At the start of the rough, Insanity, our Royal Port. Our Royal Port ships out quickest of all. Insanity is out alertly and is looking to get over to the pylons and is going to do so. Dalquist Hanover still caught on the outside. Then My Retirement Dream and Prince Archie. Our Royal Port has the lead. Dalquist Hanover is going to continue to march. Our Royal Port's the 4-5 favorite, but Dalquist Hanover at 8-5 is going to drive on the outside and is now going to be sent to the front. Our Royal Port's racing position second. Insanity is racing third as the field comes off the turn, 26-2 opening quarter, and our Royal Port's going to ship right back around Dalquist Hanover and reclaim the lead. Insanity is third in this compact field of 5, and now Retirement Dream racing on the outside, moving up first over, and then it is back to the trailer, Prince Archie, off a 26-2 opening quarter. Our Royal Port now looks to pick up that second panel breather. My Retirement Dream gets a little closer on the outside and is moving up on even terms with Dalquist Hanover. They're both a length and a half back of our Royal Port, half a lively 55-3. Our Royal Port, My Retirement Dream, Dalquist Hanover, then racing fourth Insanity, and then it's Prince Archie. Our Royal Port leads as they hustle their way on up to the 3/4. Our Royal Port trying to fend off My Retirement Dream, who's just ahead from the lead. They're going at it, and Dalquist Hanover is ranked their third, close enough to pounce, and then Insanity and Prince Archie. Our Royal Port and My Retirement Dream, they're having a good old-fashioned horse race. 3/4 in 124. Our Royal Port, My Retirement Dream on down the stretch where they come. Our Royal Port is game. My Retirement Dream on the outside, and here comes Dalquist Hanover, 3 across the track. My Retirement Dream up the inside, Dalquist Hanover. Dalquist Hanover wins. My Retirement Dream is second, our Royal Port third, and finishing fourth, Insanity, 154-1. Dalquist Hanover took a lot of money early in the betting cycle, ended up being 8-5 sugar, and I guess that last race at Mohawk Better, winning 54, and certainly carried it forward here.
Yeah, you know what? The form was just fair in the couple of starts before that, but I mentioned heart-building win, and sometimes that's all a horse needs. Finds a good spot to get the confidence back up, and now the confidence is riding very high. That's a big mile over the 5/8 at Grand River Raceway, 54-1. I wanted to take a look at the track records for the trotters over the river prior to this race. They're not close to McAllen that did it 52-3 last season.
Yeah, that was a crazy effort by McAllen. But to look at Dalquist Hanover, also got the benefit of watching the front two just kind of go after each other, and it was really one heck of a battle. And Dalquist says, "Okay, now it's my turn."
It was a great battle, between My Retirement Dreams and our Royal Port. They did all the work. And Dalquist Hanover just sitting back, watching that battle develop, and he was there to pick up the pieces on the end of it.
And My Retirement Dream pretty game because our Royal Port is a classy one, and My Retirement Dream was able to wear that one down and get second.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Eli Wagler's trotter with Paul McKenzie on board. I figured he was going to get the best of our Royal Port, but that passing lane was the difference maker, right?
And last year, early in the meet, the passing lane wasn't alive, but it came alive later in the meet, and it's been alive and was very alive for Dalquist Hanover. It's a 6-3-4-5 top four. Dalquist Hanover, 5-year-old Walner Bay gelding, owned by Gino Toscani, Gary Myrna, the trainer. The winning drive to Sammy Fillion, third win on the year, 14th lifetime for Dalquist Hanover. Third race, payout 6 Dell, quiz 10 over 530, 410 or 220. 3, my retirement dream, 410, 220. 4, our Royal Port, 210, $2 exactor, 1520. Dollar try, 2105. Dollar super, 1920. Third race, order of finish from the top. Scratch 52341. That's 52341 on the bottom.
Winback Farm of Ontario is home to outstanding sires, including a three-time millionaire pacer tattoo artist who is new in 2025, the last great son of the legendary Sub Beach Somewhere and multiple stakes champion Beachglass, Meadowlands Pace and Ontario Sire Stakes champion Lawless Shadow, and the richest pacing stallion in all of harness racing history, the great Hall of Famer Mick Wicked. Also standing at Winback Farm, Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Field for the fourth race on Post Parade, the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals Parade. 1, Autumn Honey, Mike Horner, drives and trains for RAW Equine and Mark Horner. Number 2, Page Rock Scissors, Jason Rye from Michael Pattison. Number 3, Don't Mess with Molly, Scooter Gimlet for James Dean and Carter and Brooke Gimlet. 4 is RJ Jean, Austin Surrey for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. 5 is Little Moments, Nick Boyd for Craig Bars and Nurko Sokolovic. And number 6, Calico Sealster, Daryl Thiessen for Joshua McKibben and Kim Smith. Field of 6, race number 4, it's the Pizza Perfect Volunteers Pace. Pizza Perfect. That's redundant. Pizza is perfect. Let's get a look at this field for race number 4. Number 4, RJ Jean. We both think that RJ Jean has a perfectly good chance of winning it here. 1 to 5 on the board.
Yeah, you like her on top. I like her on top. Betting Public is pounding her right now to the tune of 2 to 5. Just a 1 start thus far in 2025, but there's nothing wrong with it. Over Georgians Down, she was out for the route, parked first up through the whole mile. Still managed to pace in 55 and 4. So I'm not sure what kind of trip we're going to get. I don't want to see her on the lead. I don't want to see her park, though, either. So maybe it's a helmet to follow and a nice push later in the mile.
RJ Jean had a start here last fall, too, where she parked every step of the way, and that one actually finished second in 56 and 2 last September. I've been impressed with RJ Jean. I think that she should be heavily favored, but there are other options in here. And look, Autumn Honey has done some nice things, has been racing in the nominators at 2, and 55 and 4 second at Flamborough 2 races ago.
Nothing wrong with this daughter of Captain Crunch, and gets a rail to work with. I could see her finding a spot, maybe sitting 2 or 3 in the early going. Horner gets a great shot on board this pretty good check getter, a 2-time winner this season. Both victories over Flamborough, so you know her well, and you know there's gate speed there. She had the outside post 8 for one of those victories, found herself sitting second very early.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, one that we can look at is number 5, Little Moments, 10 to 1 on the board. And last time out had a good moment. In fact, Little Moments was third in that race that we see Autumn Honey racing here, finishing 4th.
Yeah, Little Moments. I've got all kinds of time for this one in here. The price is right. Nick Boyd on board, knows her well, and was able to finish up a strong third in the latest, home in 29 at a big price. You're still getting double digits on her for this, 10 to 1, and 1 to think about.
One we should probably at least think about, because it is the play that our handicapper Conley went alone in the 4th race in a pick 5 ticket, Calico Sealster.
Conley, he did it in race 1. He was all alone with the 10 to 1 shot winner in race number 1 of 10. And here he is in the 4th going all alone on Calico Sealsters. And I'm like, what am I missing? Connolly picking these horses, and they're nowhere near my top 2 or 3, but he's got a pretty good shot here. You might want to give him some thought here at 8 to 1. Daryl Thiessen going on board. He had the big victory at the Woodbine Mohawk Park, like 99 to 1 winner in March.
Yeah, that's a beautiful price. Number 3, Don't Mess with Molly, Scooter Gimlet. Look, trailer post last time out and came on and had a really good back half, was beaten only 3 lengths, and that was the first start off a layoff. Maybe Don't Mess with Molly is one that we could mess around with a little bit and use on the ticket somewhere. 8 to 1.
I like where you're going with that one. I love that angle as well. Second start back off the long layoff, so for sure this mare needed that latest start. Passed the horse late and home in 28 and 4. Nothing wrong with that at all. And your guy Scooter, 9 to 1 price player.
I just wanted to say Scooter again. Plus,
I know that.
He's there on the camera. Scooter. Hey, listen, the Pizza Perfect Volunteers sponsoring this 4th race. And just a quick thought. What's your go-to pizza?
Oh, you know what? It's been tough for me to find them in London, but I found a really good one a few weeks ago for Maggio's. Oh, deep dish. Love
Deep
it.
dish. Hawaiian. People bad mouth people who like Hawaiian pizza. I don't care. I love me some
I don't mind
pineapple.
it at all. Put that pineapple and ham on all day. Add bacon if you like as well.
Absolutely. Some people think that that's pizza blasphemy to have pineapple on a pizza, but I disagree. Fourth race, Autumn Honey, Page Rock Scissors on the inside. Don't mess with Molly and RJ Jean. In the center of the outside, Little Moments and Calico Sealster. The fourth race, the Pizza Perfect Volunteers Pace. Field of six for the fourth race. There at the start of the rough, Autumn Honey and Don't Mess with Molly. RJ Jean is racing three wide, heading towards that first quarter. Then it is Little Moments and Page Rock Scissors and Calico Sealster. And RJ Jean on the outside against Autumn Honey. And RJ Jean is not going to be parked this week, has the front. Autumn Honey is racing position second as they come off the turn. Then third in line is Don't Mess with Molly in front of Little Moments, and then it is back to Page Rock Scissors, and trailing the field is Calico Sealster. RJ Jean, 27-2 opening quarter, now has a lead of about 4.5 or 5 lengths over Autumn Honey, and third, Don't Mess with Molly and Scooter Gimlet. Then racing position fourth is Little Moments, then it is back to Page Rock Scissors and Calico Sealster. RJ Jean, 2-5 on the board, is looking like a 2-5 horse right now, 56-4 halftime. Autumn Honey at 6-1 though. Gets up a little bit closer. Is just a length and 3/4 back now. There goes Little Moments having a moment on the outside. It's come out to take it for third. Then Don't Mess with Molly, Calico Sealster, and Page Rock Scissors and RJ Jean. And now the plugs are out on RJ Jean. And on the outside, that is Little Moments. Autumn Honey third, Calico Sealster fourth, 126-1 for 3/4. And RJ Jean continues to drive well and leads at a length and 3/4 over Little Moments. And then Autumn Honey, Calico Sealster, and Don't Mess with Molly took the short way around the turn. It is still RJ Jean, the one to beat, off 3/4, 126-1. RJ Jean, Autumn Honey to try it up the passing lane, but it is RJ Jean who is perfect in the fourth. Then Autumn Honey and Little Moments and Don't Mess with Molly. 154-2. RJ Jean absolutely lived up to the billing on the tilt board, Sugar.
Lived up to the billing indeed. She's never been better than she was on this evening at Grand River Raceway. A new life best of 154-2. I mentioned before I didn't want to see her parked, and I didn't want to see her on the lead early, but once she was striding out there by 5 open lengths or so following the hot quarter, I thought she's probably good to go. She just had to get through that final turn there because there was a line where she showed being on the lead and making a break late, but Austin Sorry keeping her to task, and Austin having a big night thus far.
And even when Austin left and he was 3 wide, he didn't rush. He just kept on going, but he was like I think I've got enough horse to make the front. Let's just make there smoothly.
Yeah, I think she's kind of taken to the river. That's a big, big mile for one that didn't show she wanted to go that speed anywhere in Ontario. And great to see she's turned a corner, it appears.
I just think the last race was really telling because parked every step and yet hung really tough until very late in the mile, was still in the hunt when they turned for home.
Yeah, I always allow a second or two when I see a horse parked on a smaller track than Woodbine Mohawk Park. So even on a 5H, you have to allow a second or two. So a 55 and more, a 55 and 4 parked mile, really for me, that's like 53, 54 speed. So she was capable of this trip. But again, just great to see the form is showing up.
We did think that Autumn Honey was second best, and clearly it was. And you had we both had 4-1-5s at the top three, so it played out pretty straight that way.
Yeah, it was pretty good to see Horner secure that 2-hole ride. I just had to get her away clean as well. Nice to find a spot up close. You're not going to get rich off of any of the payouts in here, but all three, the top three, racing on form there. You had it as well.
And Scooter got on to the Super. Back in front of us is number 4, R.J. Jean. 5-year-old Dally Bay mare, owned by Ruth Moore and James Hasty. Ruth Moore is the trainer. Austin Sorry, the winning driver. It's the first win, just the second start of the year for R.J. Jean, and the 6th win lifetime. And out trackside for the 4th race, the Pizza Perfect Volunteers. Thank you to the Pizza Perfect Volunteers. Fourth race, or her finish, fourth race payouts rather, for RJ Jean. Thinking about the pizza still. 280, 230, 210. One Autumn Honey, 310, 250. Five Little Moments, 260. $2 exactor, 850. Dollar try, 890. Dollar super, 2010. 20-cent super, 402. The fourth race order finish from the top. Well, it's 264 135. That's 264 135.
Here comes Pajama to Paddock. Paddock shots off. Bug, please.
And fans, we like to always welcome those joining us here at Grand River. So special welcome to our fake seagull joining us here trackside as well. Hope you're enjoying the racing. The announcer's fake, so we have a fake seagull as well.
Yes!
Field for the fifth race on the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals post parade. One is Artie's Ideal, Sammy Filia for Robert Kyle Fellows in Hut Racing. Number 2 is Sometime Somewhere, Jason Ryan for Brett Lester and A. Bianco Holdings. 3 is Nighttime Dancer, Daryl Thiessen for Rod Boyd. 4 is Lord Anthony, Austin Sorry for Ben Hollingsworth and Michael Goldberg. 5 is Hunter Hill, Garrett Rooney for Scott West. Number 6, Blockbuster Trade, Jay Harris for Marie Helene DuPont and Robert Shepard. Number 7, Wallace Hartley, Paul McKenzie for Chantel Mitchell and Dale Towell. And aboard is Hazy Coast, Mike Horner, drives and trains for Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. Field of 8, race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. And let's get a look at this field. And, well, Sugar, we have a fake announcer. We've got the fake seagull. You saw that. But we have a real handicapper. And we've got a really good bunch here for the 5th race. Pretty wide open dash featuring the Super High 5. And we both landed with 2 Sometime Somewhere.
Very tough to go against this horse making his second start back off a long layoff, and his first start back was excellent. I mean, he's near last through the late going, 8th by 7 when turning for home, and finishes up in the runner-up spot, just 4 lengths back. Big back quarter, 27-1, a trip in 52-2. Nothing really showing that kind of final quarter speed in any recent starts, so that's why I'm leaning towards number 2, Sometime Somewhere, sitting on a big one right here.
Plus, we know he's legit. Took a mark of 49 last year at Mohawk and earned 118,040 starts last year as a 7-year-old. So Sometime Somewhere, 4 to 5. Number 1, Artie's Ideal, is one that just might be able to get an ideal trip from the inside. Got a pocket ride last race and finished 3rd. In behind Sometime Somewhere, who was 2nd.
That's right. Those two were in together, and a much better trip for Artie's Ideal, though he was up there with some fairly ambitious early fractions. 26 to the quarter, 55 and 1/2. Just a little bit of a let up on the end, though still paced out on 52-2. I think if they turned into the stretch and Artie's Ideal was leading over Sometime Somewhere, I think Sometime Somewhere would get the best of him. He was certainly blasting late in their last go together.
Those two are getting the lion's share of the action. They are our top 2, and I think they'll be the top 2 in a lot of people's High 5 tickets. But if you could split them, because I often like to try to get some horse between the top 2 that help the ticket pay. We both think that Nighttime Dancer's the one.
Yeah, and I like the look of this stallion, son of Sunshine Beach on Post Parade. Now, he had missed about 3 weeks of action prior to his latest, and he paced a big mile at 51-3 over Woodbine Mohawk Park. That was following up a hot half of 54 and change. But again, love his look. Daryl Thiessen likely to put him in play here, and 3 or 4 in the early going, a big shot at hitting either.
Number 7, Wallace Hartley, is your next choice, and, well, he's one that comes in off a win here in 53, so that's a legit mile.
Confidence riding high, right? We mentioned those Woodbine Mohawk Park ship-ins coming in and showing up in the winner's circle or finishing 2nd and 3rd. I don't mind Wallace Hartley to use in here. 53 flat in the latest as a heavy favorite. I'm surprised actually to see him offering it 18-1.
And one that you also threw onto the bottom of your ticket, Lord Anthony, a winner and a second in the last two starts at London before. Last race was a tough outing. Worked hard, got a fifth.
Yeah, this horse is a pretty good check getter. We had him lots in London over the winter. Likes to race up close. I'm not sure we're going to find a spot with him in the early going, but for me, he's a high five player.
It is a field of 8 for race 5. It features the high 5 and taking up their positions, Artie's Ideal, Sometime Somewhere, Nighttime Dancer on the inside, in the center, Lord Anthony and Hunter Hill to the outside, Blockbuster Trade, Wallace Hartley and Hazy Coast. It's a field of 8. The fifth dash. And the field for the fifth race. All in position. Marty's Ideal trying to time the gate well from the inside and is going to burst out. And then Nighttime Dancer, Sometime Somewhere, Wallace Hartley. Lord Anthony is fifth away. Hunter Hill is sixth. And then back to Blockbuster Trade and Hazy Coast. But Artie's Ideal has got the lead. Sometime Somewhere is plugged into the pocket. Wallace Hartley is still parked. And Nighttime Dancer third. Wallace Hartley is looking to back into the fourth spot along to the pylons and is able to do so in front of Lord Anthony. Then it is back further to Hunter Hill as they race their way off the turn. 26-2 opening quarter. Trailing pair are Blockbuster Trade and Hazy Coast. And it is Artie's Ideal at 2-1. Heavily favored Sometime Somewhere is right there in the pocket, a length and a half back. And then Nighttime Dancer is dancing third, just 3 lengths from the front. Then racing fourth, Wallace Hartley on the inside. Hunter Hill on the outside, who is moving up now. Hunter Hill has come on the outside and is moved up to take over third. Nighttime Dancer is racing position fourth. Lord Anthony fifth. Wallace Hartley locked sixth on the inside now. Then Blockbuster Trade and Hazy Coast. Artie's Ideal off a 55-1 halftime. Artie's Ideal on the outside, Hunter Hill. And Sometime Somewhere is right there looming from the pocket. And racing forth his Nighttime Dancer. Then Lord Anthony and Wallace Hartley and Blockbuster Trade and Hazy Coast, Artie's Ideal. 3/4, 123-3. Artie's Ideal, Hunter Hill, Sometime Somewhere on the inside, racing position third. Artie's Ideal and Hunter Hill as the field turns for home. Hunter Hill looks game on the outside. Artie's Ideal, Sometime Somewhere up the inside, appears to have flattened out. And it's Artie's Ideal who's going to be strong to the finish. Hunter Hill second, Sometime Somewhere third, and Nighttime Dancer fourth, 152-1. Artie's Ideal with the upset. Sometime Somewhere had a perfect trip, but really did not have it in the stretch drive, Sugar.
Did not either. And I did mention Artie's Ideal. If he happened to be on the lead with Sometime Somewhere sitting behind him, I thought the two would take him down and through the stretch. But I don't know, maybe that first start back off the layoff, maybe it took a little something off of the two going into tonight, but we'll hope to see him bounce back a little bit better because that trip couldn't have worked out any better for the two in there and just a little flat on the end.
Yeah, and the clue was also you could see that Jason was kind of having to tap him to fill the hole around that final turn. He wasn't staying up right tight. You know who continued right going? Hunter Hill had that big ravening win last time here and then was solid again. There he's Hunter Hill finishing second.
Yeah, that was a big effort. I think he's found a new friend in G Money. Garrett was on him for that gate to wire win last time out. Big, gutsy, first up deuce this evening in a quick mile of 52-1.
And Sammy does a nice job with Artie's Ideal. We saw it here last time out trying to time the gate against Ideal Perception. It was impossible because Ideal Perception, they blasted an opening quarter at 26, but he got Artie's Ideal to bust through from post one and get the lead.
You know, quick quarter, 26-2 to take the early control. Got a bit of a breather through that third quarter. It was 28-2 speed there, and that was just enough to keep on holding off that first up attacker, Hunter Hill, as you mentioned. Big second, and race favorite Sometime Somewhere finishes up in third. 3 and 4, Nighttime Dancer, Lord Anthony rounding out that high five.
It ends up being an inside five, all on the high five with Artie's Ideal. And coming back in front of us, Artie's Ideal, a 9-year-old American Ideal bay horse, owned by Hutt Racing of Malvern, Pennsylvania. Robert Kyle Fellows is the trainer. Sammy Filion, the winning driver, second win this year, 32nd lifetime. Artie's Ideal, 152 and 1. The fifth race payouts: 1, Artie's Ideal, 680, 310, 210. 500 Hills, 680, 242, sometime somewhere, 210. $2 exactor, 38.40. Dollar try, 35.40. Dollar high five, 381.40. That 20-cent high five is 76.28. Then we had a dollar pick 3 of 19.55, dollar pick 4 of 53.95, and we had a dollar pick 5 of 1168.80. fifth race, so we finish from the tops of 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6, 7, 8. That's 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6, 7, 8 on the bottom.
Back with more for a call it Monday evening at the river, Grand River Raceway. Start of the back half of this Wednesday night program. Trotters to begin. The late pick 5. Before we get to looking at that ticket, a big shout out for a couple of Maritimers who were in the winner's circle for race number 5. Winner Artie's Ideal. You had Zachary Landry, Troy Delaney, both up from Truro, visiting Ontario. They actually come up for the NA Cup this past Saturday night, and what a treat to see that race live and in person. Lou Print winning in a record 147-1 over Madden Oaks. So Zachary and Troy, they'll be staying around Grand River Raceway this evening to cheer on Harry G, who comes from their parts. Owned by Christina Safdie, trained by Duncan Gillis. Jay Harris with 7. Harry G in the finale tonight. Troy and Zachary, enjoy the rest of your night at Grand River Raceway. Zachary, your mom Helen says hi. Pick 5 ticket idea for Grand River Raceway. Late going. Let's do it. Race number 6 then. Opening leg of this pick 5 play. We'll bring that ticket idea up for you. We're going to use 2, 4, and 6. Even numbers here. All-Star Goldie, Run Like Hill, and Up and Away Blue Chip. 2, 4, and 6. Austin Sorey gets a great shot at driving for the triple here this evening. Over into leg 2 of the pick 5 play. We're on number 4, Better Than Pride, and the 6, Wild River Bumblebee. A really good value player there, considering 6 to 1 in the morning line and needed that last race. I've got a good feeling for number 6, Wild River Bumblebee, in race number 7 of 10 this evening. We're deepest of all in race 8, the middle leg, 2, 3, 5, and 7. Reactor Now, Ulysses, looking like a million, and how you play the game. Over to race number 9, 3 deep in there with Rilkoff, Palladium Hanover, and KJ Owen on the end of it. The finale, we're inside with Woodmere Roland Pop and Keystone Dakota. We're in for $28.80, spending a little more on this late pick 5. I think if you can cash in, you're going to get paid nicely on this late pick 5 sequence. It's kind of tough. I'm in for $28.80 on a 20-cent play. Gary Guys, late pick 5 ticket ideas. The next one we'll see. For Gary, the opening leg, his top selection was number 5, Riviera Beach. So he's put that one in there with number 4, Run Like Hill. Race 7 for Gary, Wild River Bumblebee. We're both seeing the same angle for that one. Second start back off the layoff, looking very sharp coming into this 7th race this evening. Number 6, the 11-year-old son of sports writer. Also including 4, Better Than Pride there in race 7. 8th race, middle leg for Gary. He's on the 7, How You Play the Game, as well as 2, Reactor Now. He's 3 deep in the 9th. Palladium Hanover, KJ Owen, Don't Poke the Bear. Bit of a clunker there last time out over Hanover, but I know the co-owner, trainer Ken Middleton's got him pegged in the top spot on this evening's card. Maybe one to think about. Race 9, number 4, Don't Poke the Bear. And on the end of it for Gary, he's on 4 and 1 with Twicky, McWicky, and Woodmere Roland Pop. Maybe one more ticket here for Conley Ecclestone. It's the late pick 5 starting up. Conley 3 deep in the opening leg. He does find another single. Conley loves to use those singles in these multi-leg sequences. He's on 4, Better Than Pride, to show up at race 7. He's back to 4 deep, race 8. Cuts it back to the 2, Palladium Hanover, and 6 KJ Owen in race 9. On the end of it, race 10, 1, 4, and 8. If you're playing along with Conley, 1440 on a 20-cent wager. Late pick 5, starting up right here on race number 6. It's the back half of this Monday evening at the river.
Field 4, race number 6. On post parade 1 is Dirt, Anthony Hunt for Paul Meekins and Saltwater Stable. Number 2 is All Star Goldie, Garrett Rooney for Steve Watson and All Star Farms. 3 is Sand Dune, Paul McKenzie for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. 4 is Run Like Hill, Jason Ryan for Francis Guillemette. 5 is Riviera Beach, Daryl Season for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number 6 is Up and Away Blue Chip, Austin Surrey for Gerard Demers. And 7 is Esquire, Sammy Filia for Mark Winnicott, Donald Smith and Donna Parker and James Blackstock. The post parade, the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals Parade, and a horse is going to post very shortly. Let's get a look at this field. Good bunch of trotters. We'll start with a classy one in Run Like Hill. Your top choice here, and look, Run Like Hill is one that should like the class drop.
I think so, Gary. Leaving right behind the car. It's a great betting board in the early going, by the way. You're getting 7-2 right now on Run Like Hill, who does like to be racing up close. Wonderful check getter and pretty good season thus far. Already in the winner's circle 3 times. Shows that 56, 57, 58 speed over Flamborough. That should mean like 55 speed maybe this evening. Run Like Hill, my top selection. I'll stick to it here. I love that price.
I originally had All Star Goldie pegged higher up on my ticket, and then I ended up leaving this one off because I ended up going elsewhere. But All Star Goldie is your second choice.
I do like All Star Goldie. If you look through the program lines, this horse loves to be on the lead. He shows a win late March over Flamborough. Garrett Rooney hopped on board him in London early May. Went right downtown, Gary. 59-1. It was a big mile on that night. Open length winners, 7+ lengths. A heavy favorite on that occasion. Reuniting with Garrett right here, and we know Garrett gets along great with pacers, but he's got a great set of hands for trotters as well. I'm going to give him a big shot here. Number 2, All Star Goldie at 5-1.
One thing, look at the tote board. There's no real long shot. None of them are thought to not have a shot in here. The longest shot on the board was 8-1, is now 9-1 on the outside. Number 6, Up and Away Blue Chip, is that 2-1 favorite. Last couple races at Mohawk, not good, but that hasn't been a problem here so far at the meet, where horses come in struggling at Mohawk and show up here fine.
Breaking issues, though, have been the problem with this Up and Away Blue Chip. Gerard Demers training. Austin Soaries had the hot hands this evening. Maybe he can keep this one flat throughout. If he can mind his manners, gets a big shot with these, but I'd be looking elsewhere for a little more value here. And you mentioned it, great betting board. Anytime I see a board like this, Gary, I want to be playing tries and superfectas because they normally come out and pay well.
And this is a horse that earned a lot of money last year, 94,000 plus in just 25 starts. Number 5, Riviera Beach, is my top pick in here, and is now Gerard Demers sending this one out, and Riviera Beach, Daryl Thiessen. I like the shot in here.
Right, and coming in from the 5/8 track at Rito Carlton, Demers claimed this one in the latest, $12,000 tag on that occasion. Just trying to find that form. Handsome son of Southwind Frank. I like his look.
He was racing really well before the last couple. He had it going on, a couple of wins and a couple of seconds, so he was racing well. Then the last 2 races, just not great, but we'll just see if the team of Daryl Thiessen and Gerard Demers can get this one going. Riviera Beach, my top pick, is sitting at 7-1, while your top one, Run Like Hill, is 3-1. It is Dirt and All Star Goldie on the inside, Sand Dune, Run Like Hill, Riviera Beach in the center. To the outside, Up and Away Blue Chip and Esquire. Field of 7 for the 6th dash. Field for race number 6. He's at the start of the rough and Run Like Hill. He's going to blast up with All Star Goldie, and then Riviera Beach is going to take back and try to find a seat on the inside 4th, and is able to do so. Then it is Esquire, Sand Dune, and trailing is Up and Away Blue Chip. Run Like Hill has the front. All Star Goldie is filling the pocket, and Dirt is racing 3rd. Riviera Beach is in mid-pack racing 4th, and then it is Sand Dune, Esquire, and Up and Away Blue Chip. Run Like Hill has the front. Run Like Hill, All Star Goldie, and Dirt. Opening quarter was 27-3, and Riviera Beach is racing 4th. Sand Dune is on the inside, position 5th, and now moving to the outside. Up and Away Blue Chip is moving up on the outside, and is past just 1, though, and that is Esquire trailing the field, 27 3/4. And right now it is Run Like Hill who's enjoying the view on top. All Star Goldie is filling the pocket and racing on the inside. Dirt 3rd. Riviera Beach now is surfing on the outside and has come on to take over 3rd. Dirt 4th, 57-3 halftime, 32nd breather for Run Like Hill in that second panel. Run Like Hill and All Star Goldie. Riviera Beach grinding first over. Dirt is racing 4th. Sand Dune is 5th. Then Esquire and Up and Away Blue Chip. The field heads on to three quarters. Run Like Hill, getting a little closer. Riviera Beach. All-Star Goldie's on the inside second. Riviera Beach is third. Still has work to do and might have flattened out now. Is Run Like Hill is game. Run Like Hill, All-Star Goldie, Riviera Beach in third. As the field turns for home, Run Like Hill and Jason Ryan leads as they turn from it. All-Star Goldie is trying to track that one down. It is Run Like Hill and All-Star Goldie. They're going to duel on down the lane. Run Like Hill, All-Star Goldie. Run Like Hill and All-Star Goldie. It is close, but it looked like Run Like Hill might have held on. All-Star Goldie. And then the third is between Esquire and Dirt. 156 and 3. Well, Sugar, your top two horses came in 1-2. I thought Run Like Hill held on, although it might be a little bit closer than you imagine.
I think you're right with calling the 4 Run Like Hill on top. That's a pretty good mile for those trotters in there. 56 and 3 speed. The 4 and 2 hitting the line together. They both left sharply, which was what I wanted to see off the car. You know what? I was ready to line up for the exactor box there in the early going.
Yeah, and look, and here is this slow moment. I thought maybe All-Star Goldie was going to track down Run Like Hill, but that class, Run Like Hill, it is it's actually going to be pretty close. I'm not as confident, although I still would just stand on what I think I saw as they come to the finish. We're going to be seeing on the slow-mo. And my Riviera Beach, it came first up, but really just didn't have enough to track down either of these two. Came after Run Like Hill. Here is your slow motion, and we get to the finish, and you know what? There it is.
By a head.
Not
You
even
know what?
close.
Your 5, Riviera Beach, he got put in play. He gave him his best shot, which is what you want to see. Up and away Blue Chip, who had been showing some braking issues, did roll off stride going into the final turn, and the front two just took off from them in there. I think All-Star Goldie's much better horse when on the lead. You look through the program lines, doesn't show much for wanting to pass horses, but he's very tough when on the lead. Had the 2-hole ride. He come close, just couldn't get by Run Like Hill at the finish.
I don't feel bad when I take an 8-1 shot trying to track down the ones that are getting all the action.
Sure.
You're just taking a flyer.
Nothing wrong with taking a flyer now and then. I'm going to have to go after a few maybe on Wednesday or Friday evening because I want to catch up to Connolly now with 10-1, maybe a 15-1 winner.
Back in front of us, it is a Run Like Hill. It's a 4-2-1-7 top 4. Run Like Hill, age-old Muscle Hill Bay gelding, owned and trained by Francis Guiman. Jason Ryan's the winning driver. It's the 4th win for Run Like Hill this season, 28th lifetime. The 6th race pounds for Run Like Hill, 562, 62.50. Two All-Star Goldie, $3 one Dirt, $4.50. $2 Exactor, $10.50. Dollar Try, $21.05. Dollar Super 100, $87.20. 20-cent Super, $37.44.
Alrighty. We are back, folks, and time now to get a look at a late pick four that will begin in race number 7 of 10. Exactor Try, Superfecta also featured here. We saw Run Like Hill, Jason Ryan, starting up the pick 5 play. Run Like Hill, very nice son of Muscle Hill, well behaved there for his caretaker in the winner's circle. He was fun to look at. He was loving that winner's circle photo opportunity this evening, I'm sure. So again, race 7, back onto the pace for the 7th race. It's an all pace pick 4 play. Let's get a look at the ticket idea. We've mapped out here using 2 of them to start things up. We're on the 4. Better Than Pride was a sharp gate to wire winner off the claim in the latest, racing for co-owner trainer Malik Smith. Jason Ryan will stay on the drive. My top selection, though, I am all over number 6, Wild River Bumblebee, to win it. Plan B, though, is the 4, but let's talk about Plan A. Wild River Bumblebee, a sparkling return to the races. Big back half, 55 and change. Big final quarter, 27 and 2 to close up and be 4th. And that was a season debut when he hadn't raced since late December. Last year, as a 10-year-old, took his career best mark of 150 and 4. He was the high earner of this field last season with $55,000 earned. Loved his return race. I love him to win it here. He was 6-1 on the morning line. You're not going to get anywhere near that come post time. He's a 6-5 favorite right now, and we love him. 4 and 6 for me, starting out the pick 4 play. 8th race, lag 2 is where I've gone deepest of all, using 2, 3, 5, and 7. Reactor now, Ulysses. Maybe put a big circle around Ulysses. He was kind of sneaky good last time out, finishing 4th there for trainer Julie Walker. Also including 5, Looking Like a Million. 7, How You Play the Game. But I think the big value player in the 8th race will be that 3, Ulysses Beware. 9th race, we're on 1, 2, and 6 with Rilkoff, Palladium Hanover, KJ Owen. Kind of sad now I left the 4. Don't poke the bear off the ticket in there, because I know Kenny put him on top this evening, and he's kind of high on his chances there in race number 9. Race 10, the final leg of this pick 4, we're on the inside with Woodmere Rollin' Pop and Keystone Dakota. 1 and 2 for me on the end of this. $9.60, 20-cent wager on the late pick 4. Gary Guy's got a ticket as well. Starting up here in race 7, it's the late pick 4 play. Gary's in to go for $4.80 on his 20-center, using 6 on top here. He loves the chances, too, for number 6, Wild River Bumblebee. Again, the second start back off the layoff. Very nice 2025 debut for the 11-year-old son of sports writer. 6 and 4 for Gary starting things up. Then he's on the 2 and 7. 2, 4, 6, and a 9th. On the end of it in race 10, using Woodmere Rollin' Pop and Twicky McWicky, the 4 is his top selection in race 10. One more ticket to look at for friend of the show, Conley Ecclestone. Conley continuing with his signals here on the multi-leg wagers. Opening leg, he does single up. Better Than Pride, trying to make it 2 in a row for Malik Smith. 4 deep in race 8, 2, 4, 5, and 7 for Conley there. The 9th race, 2 and 6, and on the end, he's 3 deep with Woodmere Rollin' Pop, Twicky McWicky, and outside to R.J. Ringo. Conley in for $4.80. That's the way we see the late pick 4 shaking down at Grand River Raceway. Good luck.
Field on Post Parade. There is number 1, He's Sporty. Garrett Rooney driving for Jim and Doreen Flynn. Number 2, His Beats Hanover. Steve Hood on for Laura Toscani and Martin Kempfer. Number 3 is Typhoon Stride. Daryl Thiessen for Ashley Lanvoy and Chino Toscani. And number 4 is Better Than Pride. Jason Ryan for Malik Smith and Don Beanland. Number 5 is Liberty Royal. Austin Sorry for Mitchell Tierney and James Quinn. Number 6, Wild River Bumblebee. Sammy Fillion for Julie Walker and Dr. John Bradbury. And number 7, Nevada Dragon. Jay Harris for Mike Quiet-Nioski and Robert Jones. Field of 7, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll start with the Bumblebee, Wild River Bumblebee. Second start on the year, and I think this one's going to be back in the winner's circle.
Oh, yes, I believe so. You mentioned earlier that some horses seem to get better with age. Well, now 11, Wild River Bumblebee took his life best 150-4 last season as a 10-year-old over Woodbine Mohawk Park. And I loved his return race, Gary. As mentioned, a back half 55 and change, home in 27-2 to be fourth, gaining, passing horses. What's not to like about the old Bumblebee?
Well, the only thing that's not to like is the 4 to 5 on the board, although I'm not a big fan of bumblebees, you know.
I'm not a big fan of those ones that sting. I've used to drive motorcycles, right? And I remember going down the highway once in Prince Edward Island. Bumblebee went up the sleeve of my leather jacket and caught me on the elbow. And, well, let's just say I pulled over pretty quick.
Long as you kept it upright, though. Look, number 4, Better Than Pride. None were better than this horse last time out. Won pretty handily, looking 54-4. I wouldn't be shocked if he keeps on going in the right direction, because it has a mark of 51-4 taken this year at Mohawk and a career mark of 51.
Yeah, he's a pretty good horse out there on the lead, and it'll be second time for trainer Malik Smith. Malik sharing ownership as well with Don Beeland. Jason Ryan staying on. Really good gate push, but he might need to find some 27 speed on the end if he wants to hold off the Bumblebee.
Well, we'll see if the Bumblebee has enough sting to hold that one. Others to look at, number 7, Nevada Dragon. This is one that had a good post last race and raced well in a bottom level condition class, although even that race went in 55 over the half-mile track at Flamborough. But the overall results this year have been a little bit light. The last race better, though. Maybe Nevada Dragon is pointed in the right direction. 15-1.
Yeah, still winless, right? Still winless in his 2025 season. That's why there's not a whole lot of win play on him, but not a bad check getter. He's showing plenty of top 3 finishes throughout the program line, so I can get behind this one for the show dough only.
One that you could also maybe squeeze onto the show ticket ahead of the 7, 3, Typhoon Stride. Look, last race was post 7 and just never got into the race. But you do see some quality performances. You saw this one 2 starts ago at London be pretty competitive.
Yeah, this horse can race well if he finds a spot up close, and he's got a driver that we've mentioned numerous times loves to put him in play. And now I'm not sure Daryl has ever driven this horse before, but you can count on him trying to make a good showing there with number 3, Typhoon Stride.
Typhoon Stride, and right now that money is still holding in Wide River Bumblebee 4-5, and then Better Than Pride at 2-1. So we do need to find one to split between those two to get a nice healthy exactor ticket rather than the top 2 coming in. And Liberty Royal right now is bouncing around saying, "How come you never bothered talking about me? I got Austin Sorry driving, and I got 3 wins on the year. Come on, man." We got a field of 7 taking up their positions. It's He's Sporty, His Beats Hanover on the inside. Typhoon Stride, Better Than Pride, and Liberty Royal in the center. The outside, Wild River Bumblebee and Nevada Dragon. It is a field of 7 moving in behind the gates. Field for the 7th race is about to B at the start. And the field for the seventh race. All in position and Better Than Pride, and also getting out Typhoon Stride, Liberty Royal. He's sporting his fourth. His beats Hanover fifth, and then Wild River Bumblebee is currently being sixth, and then Nevada Dragon. But Typhoon Stride was able to stride right out and get the lead. Now Better Than Pride is going to press on the outside, and Better Than Pride, the 3-5 favorite, is taken over. Typhoon Stride is racing second. Then third is Liberty Royal as they work their way off the turn. He's currently sporting fourth. And then it is His Beat Hanover, Wild River Bumblebee, and Nevada Dragon. Better Than Pride is on top for Jason Ryan and looks for a second panel breather off at 27.25. Typhoon Stride is filling the pocket. Liberty Royal is third. He's sporty is fourth. Then it is His Beat Hanover, Wild River Bumblebee is currently still being sixth, and then Nevada Dragon up at 27 opening quarter. Better Than Pride rolls on past the half, 56-4, 29-4 second split. Typhoon Pride is right there enjoying the look at things from the pocket, and Liberty Royal now is freed from the cones and is going to drive on the outside. Liberty Royal is coming on and now is moving up and is about to take over second and has done so in pursuit of Better Than Pride. Typhoon Stride third. Wild River Bumblebee is getting a little bit closer now, showing a bit of sting, and is racing about 2.5 lengths from the lead and is fourth and about to take over third. 3/4, 126-1. Better Than Pride is better by just inches over Liberty Royal, and then it is Wild River Bumblebee and Typhoon Stride. Nevada Dragon, he's sporty, and His Beat Hanover, they turn for home. Liberty Royal and Austin Sorry has a slim lead, but here comes Wild River Bumblebee, and on the inside Better Than Pride is hanging tough, and Typhoon Stride up the inside for across the track, but Better Than Pride is better than the field. Liberty Royal, Wild River Bumblebee, and Typhoon Stride. Better Than Pride, mile of 155 flat, back-to-back wins for Better Than Pride.
Ooh, he was very, very good again tonight, Gary. Final quarter, 28-4 to hold them all off. The one that surprised me in there was the first up attacker. Liberty Royal was living on the outside and looked to be coming on, nearing the top of the stretch, but digging down deep. This four, Better Than Pride, very sharp right now.
Well, he tried to tell us when they were getting in behind the gate, he had something to say, and he had a lot of things to say during the race. I thought for a moment he was going to come on and win.
Yeah, I thought so too. Going around that final turn, it looked like the four was kind of softening up some, but no, he was pretty game. But take nothing away from that trip of Liberty Royal. I've seen him go a few big trips, parked first up like that forever in London, and he doesn't mind that trip at all. He's a grit grinder.
The one thing Better Than Pride was able to get that 29-4 second split, and that was the key there. And there's the Bumblebee coming on and picking up a third, was well spotted and moved out, and it also looked like he might be coming on as a potential winner around that final turn. But Better Than Pride said, none of you guys are the potential winner. I am.
Well, I thought the toe-up trip was going to work out for the Bumblebee, though even down the backstretch, he was gapping that cover slightly. I would have liked the Bumblebee to be right on the Austin Sorry helmet, but he just couldn't keep up to that cover, so I thought, well, maybe it's just not going to work out for him. And yeah, he angled them widest of all, had some clear road in front of him through the stretch, but just couldn't make it up. The winner, just too much pony, as Murray Slough from Alberta would say.
And trainer Malik Smith is 2 for 2 with Better Than Pride. So this horse was good before, but he's even better now for Malik Smith with Jason Ryan driving. Who's back in front of us? It is Better Than Pride winning race number 7. Number 4, Better Than Pride, is a 6-year-old Better Than Shetter. Bay Gelding, owned by Malik Smith and Don Beanland. Malik Smith, the trainer. And it is the 4th win for Better Than Pride on the season, 14th lifetime, and the driving double on the evening for Jason Ryan. Seventh race, number 4, Better Than Pride, 332, 62, 10. 5, Liberty Royal, 910, 476. Wild River Bumblebee, 210. $2 exactor, 63.20. Dollar Drive, $59. Dollar Super, 86.25. 20-cent Super, 17.25. Seventh race, or finish from the top, is a 674-1235. That's 674-1235 at the bottom. Note the clamb of number 4, Better Than Pride.
So the other owner didn't fit on it. So you have a
Note the new trainer is Gerard Demers. There's a look at the Paddock camera supplied by the Ontario Equine Education and Employment Program. Field for the 8th on Parade 1, Bolt Power, Lauren House for Brenda Darrable. Number 2 Reactor now, Garrett Rooney for Greg McNair and Bradley Rance. Number 3 is Ulysses, Sammy Filyaver, Julie Walker, and John Davidson. Number 4 is Sporty Bob, Daryl Thiessen for Joshua McKibben, and M&S Racing of Rockwood.
Six is up.
Number 6, Wall Street Bell, Austin Sorry for Mitchell Tierney and James Quinn. Number 7 is How You Play the Game, Jason Ryan for Jody Cullen and David Snowden. Number 8 is Beach Tour, Mike Horner drives and trains for REW Equine and Mark Horner. And number 5, Looking Like a Million, Jay Harris for Mike White-Nioski and Tara and Dr. Valerie and GM George and George Isman and Garrett Isman. Let's get a look at this field for the 8th race, and well, we both are playing a horse that's 11 to 1 on the top. How You Play the Game. How did we both wind up with How You Play the Game?
I know, Gary, you love the Jody Cullen horses at Grand River Raceway, so I know how you got there. How I got there? Well, it's the speed, right? Last time out, 52-4 over Grand River Raceway. It's pretty much the top mile of any of these over the Rivers 5/8 track. Like his body language here, a snug hold for Jason Ryan. I like his chances and love the price.
Yeah, the price is shocking. I mean, look, we can't be the only ones that are on this play, but I wouldn't mind it if we were, because 11 to 1. You said you wanted to beat Conley's 10 to 1. We might have a shot right here in this dash.
Oh, boy.
We'll see if that's the way
I
it
love
plays out.
this race, actually, Gary. The tote board, there's no clear-cut favorite, no big, long shot. I mean, lukewarm favorites are the 1 and 2 right now at 3 to 1. This is a great betting race.
Yeah, when you have a favorite at 3 to 1, that does tell you people can't figure out who they like the most. You went to Ulysses at 7 to 1, one that I didn't include on my top 4, and yet Ulysses did improve last race.
This is we'll call it the Beware horse of the night for me. You're getting 7 to 1 right now. I think you might get more than that come post time. Second time for the Julie Walker barn. I liked the effort last time out. There is an eye on his line showing a bit of interference around the half-mile marker. He's home in 27-3, which is a big improvement over any recent start. So this is second time for the Julie Walker barn. Beware of number 3, Ulysses.
And also, look, 114,000 earned last year in 36 starts. Took a pretty healthy mark of 50-4 on a 5/8 track. Ulysses is offering some value. Number 5 looks like a million, or looking like a million. Now is a lukewarm favorite and is, looking at things from the infield.
My, Gary. The horse players are all over the place. You nailed it. They can't decide. Right now, a lukewarm favorite is this 5 horse. Looking like a million. Jay Harris already in the winner's circle with a value player back in race number 1. Going out for the Out West connections, the Ismans. And, I think you got to use this horse, but I want to use others as well. This is probably my favorite race of the night.
One thing, he's got gate speed. Jay Harris can send one. And 26 and 2 opening quarter last race at Mohawk, changing venues, and was better last race. There's a lot of positives, which results right now in 3-1 on the board. Number 2, Reactor Now, is one that, I think you got to look at this one. I reacted strongly to that last race. I used this one for second because it was post 8 and yet finished second.
Here's the deal with number 2, Reactor Now. 3 runner-up finishes in his last 4. Used multiple times in the latest. Picks up G Money, and G Money's got a handful here. I like him.
Yeah, G Money at 4-1. Not getting a ton of money, but you're getting a little bit of value because the money is spread everywhere. So you want to have them at least somewhere on the ticket. Veteran. Bolt Power, Reactor Now, Ulysses on the inside. Sporty Bob looking like a million. On the outside, Wall Street Bell, How You Play the Game, and Beach Tour. It's a field of 8. Our top play, How You Play the Game, is 7-1 right now. Field for the 8th race. Moving towards the start. And the field for race number 8 is at the start of the rough, and Sporty Bob is leaving with Looking Like a Million and Reactor Now and Bold Power, but Reactor Now is driving right out, and Reactor Now, and on the outside, Looking Like a Million is looking for the lead. Jay Harris is sent Looking Like a Million to the top. Racing second, Reactor Now, Bold Power third, then Sporty Bob is fourth as the field comes off the turn and races on towards us, and then racing back there in 5th right now is Beach Tour as the field comes off the turn and races their way on towards us. Then it is back further to Ulysses and Wall Street Bell and How You Play the Game. And it is Looking Like a Million. It's looking good. 26 and 4 opening quarter. Reactor Now, Bolt Power, and racing 4th is Sporty Bob. And then 5th in line is Beach Tour on the inside. In front of Ulysses. Now How You Play the Game is starting to play on the outside. Still has a lot of work to do, and trailing is Wall Street Bell. Into the backstretch of a 56 and 1 halftime, 29 and 2 second panel, and Bolt Power quickly bolts to the outside and is coming on quickly against Looking Like a Million. Bolt Power is bolted right up now at 4-1 and is taking the lead. Looking Like a Million trying to hold off Bolt Power. Reactor Now is third, racing for Sporty Bob. Then Beach Tour, How You Play the Game, is still third from last and doesn't appear to have it. Then Ulysses and Wall Street Bell, and they're dueling on top. Looking Like a Million hasn't thrown in the towel against Bold Power, but Bold Power does have a lead of about 3/4, and now a length. Bold Power, Looking Like a Million, Reactor Now, and then it is Beach Tour and How You Play the Game. The field turns for home, and Bold Power as they continue on down the stretch drive. Bold Power and Lauren House now, and Bold Power is powering to the finish on top and is going to win it. Looking Like a Million's in a 3-way photo for second with Reactor Now and Ulysses, but Bold Power at 4-1 was the play here in the 8th race. Sugar.
Yeah, and I believe he's going to go right to his mark here, Gary. 52 and 2. He did it once as a 3-year-old over the Yonkers half miler, and he matches that mark over the 5/8 at Grand River. You know, driver Lauren House has got a light lineup tonight. This was one of 2 drives. It's a winning one. We'll see him again in the finale with number 6, It Takes 2.
Yeah, and there were a lot of horses to take a look at in that race. And,
many.
I used Bolt Power for 4th. You didn't use him, but, there's so many different horses you had to think about. But the one thing with Bolt Power, he was able to get away 3rd, then pop out quickly. And when he did pop, he was able to power up pretty nicely.
Yeah, he won pretty handily here. My Beware horse got caught up in traffic but was flying late. I think he finished up in 3rd towards the passing lane, but for sure one to circle up for next time.
There's a look at the group in there for 3rd, and there were 3 of them all, Reactor Now and Ulysses, and Looking Like a Million. But they weren't in the photo for win because we don't need a win photo. Bolt Power was really charged up. And look, this is one that only raced at Sarnia last race. I didn't know what to do with that mile.
Right.
But also, I saw this one race at Flamborough from post 8. You could kind of eliminate that one. Then you go 3 back. How about a post 1 start at Flamborough? Well, what did Bolt Power do with that one?
That's right. Eh? He's a nice animal. At 7 years of age, now putting together 19 career wins, well over $200,000 earnings. Here was the angle. I kind of missed it. Second time for trainer Lauren House after just missing in the latest. So there you go.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that last one, that horse had to grind at Sarnia, but I just, sometimes when I'm not sure of the caliber of horses at Sarnia, and so just not sure how they stack up. Ain't against a good
Hmm.
looking bunch, but he stacked up very nicely, well enough to get the win. Back in front of us is one Bolt Power, 7-year-old Bolt the Door, May Gelding, by Brenda Darrable, Lauren House, the trainer and winning driver. It is the third win on the season, 19th lifetime for Bolt Power. Eighth race payouts, one Bolt Power, 1070, 480, 290. Five looking like a million, $433, and two reactor now 240. $2 exactor 47.70, dollar drive 56.20, dollar super $149, 20-cent super 29.80. Eighth race, forward finish from the top is a 134.72865. That's 134.72865 at the bottom. Field for race number 9. On post parade 1, Rilkoff, Anthony Hunt for Paul Meegans and JJJ Stables. Number 2 is Palladium Hanover, Jason Ryan for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders. And number 3, Full Disclosure, Daryl Thiessen for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. And number 4 is Don't Poke the Bear, Jay Harris for Ken Middleton Jr. And James Grant and Dave Walls and Kendall Middleton. 5, Control the Gold, Sammy Foley for Jessica Hayter and Edward Hayter. 6, KJO and Austin Sorry for Mitchell Tierney and Lynn Cameron. And number 7, Are You Kidding Me, Cabby? Garrett Rooney for Cassidy Schneider and Frank Sheriff-Alati and Colonel Schneider Jr. Field of 7 for the 9th race. There was your Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals post parade. Let's get a look at this field. Number 2, Palladium Hanover. Well, although this one was 6th last time out, the catalyst for me taking this one on top is the fact that it's the Jody Cullen barn and one that is dropping in class.
Yeah, I don't mind him in here. The class relief is going to be the biggest factor, I believe, for me. Just a one-time winner this season. He's been busy as well. 21 starts thus far in 2025, and just missed a couple of starts ago after traveling first up a long ways. Tried to do it the same way last time out. It wasn't going to work, though. Horse players are on this one heavy. 3 to 5 status thus far.
A little tight to take 3 to 5 and one that's got 1 win and 21 starts. Is a horse that over the last couple of years has been a touch win shy, but does have 16 wins of the year. But I think fits really well here. You get Jason Ryan driving. Number 6, KJO, and we both think this is the main challenger, and yet the money is spread out after Palladium Hanover 8 to 1.
This 6, KJO, and I don't believe there's a whole lot of gate speed to work with here, so this one's going to be hoping for a hot early pace. I'm not sure where he's going to find that or who's going to put up the big early fractions, but if you get a hot half or any kind of early speed battles, watch for KJO to be coming home strong, very strong in this one.
And that is one of the problems because it just doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of speed in this race, and that could play out very well for Palladium Hanover, who can get off the gate well. And last time out, left in 26 and 4 to the quarter. Number 1, Rilkoff. This is one that's been working from outside post, but boy, you look down the page, even the only time had an inside post. Now, post 1 at Mohawk's not really where you can leave from, but still just hasn't been firing early either.
Right. Still winless thus far. 2025 is only on the board finish was in the runner-up spot earlier in this season. This one came in from BC. I know the connections well. Rick was pretty high on Rilkoff to come this way to Ontario, but just hasn't really happened for him. He did pace to a new mark of 52 flat last season over the big track.
And then last race was closing well, beating only 2 lengths with the 28-second final quarter at Georgian. Number 7, Are You Kidding Me, Cabby? Well, the thing is, raced well last race, but that was post 3, now has to deal with an outside post position. But maybe if with not a lot of gate speed, maybe Are You Kidding Me, Cabby could get forwardly placed Garrett Rooney, G-Money driving.
I think that's the angle you got to look for, Gary. Hope for the best with an early speed burst off the car. We saw it last week when sitting 2 at the quarter in 27 flat. Garrett can get him underway early and find a spot up close.
And a quick thought on Don't Poke the Bear. Well, the Announcers Union present, Ken Middleton Jr. and Dave Walls, and Don't Poke the Bear. The last race, not very good, but one that certainly fits well with this group.
I caught Ken Middleton's comments in the program where he mentioned it was an absolute horror show for Don't Poke the Bear up at Hanover, hoping the drop in class helps him. And you know what? That's a pretty good price for him right now at 10 to 1. Kenny likes him on top.
10 to 1. Well, number 2, Palladium Hanover, no value at 3 to 5. It's Rilkoff, Palladium Hanover on the inside. In the center, Full Disclosure, Don't Poke the Bear and Control the Gold. And to the outside, KJO and are you kidding me, Cabby? It's a field of 7 for the 9th race. Ninth race Pacers. Off stride, Rilkoff broke stride. Quickest out now is Control the Gold. Don't Poke the Bear and Full Disclosure. Don't Poke the Bear continues on against Full Disclosure. Those two are going to duel for the lead, but Full Disclosure has inside advantage and is going to insist on the lead. Don't Poke the Bear is going to be able to slide into the pocket, though. Palladium Hanover is third in the early action. Then Control the Gold and KJ Owen and Rilkoff and Are You Kidding Me, Cabby. And it is Full Disclosure and Daryl Thiessen who has the front as they race off the turn. Full Disclosure is 11-1 with Don't Poke the Bear riding along in the pocket. Here comes Palladium Hanover now. Heavy favorite is moving first over and is going to try to clear before the turn. Palladium Hanover quickly takes the front. Full Disclosure is second. Don't Poke the Bear is third. Then Control the Gold is fourth. And then it is KJ Owen and back to Rilkoff and Are You Kidding Me, Cabby off at 28 opening quarter. Palladium Hanover and Jason Ryan has the front, but KJ Owen is going on the outside very well and has come on to take over second. Full Disclosure. Rilkoff, after an early break, has recovered to be only 2 lengths off the lead. KJ Owen now is going on the outside and is stuck ahead in front against Palladium Hanover, looking to pull that upset as KJ Owen's 8-1 and Palladium Hanover is 3-5 on the board. Now they spread together at 3/4 off a half of 57-1. 3/4 put up by Palladium Hanover. 125-3 has a lead of ahead. KJ Owens racing second. Rilkoff on the outside is third. Then Full Disclosure and Don't Poke the Bear is fifth. And then Are You Kidding Me, Cabby and Control the Gold. It is Palladium Hanover. They turn for home. Palladium Hanover continues to march, and KJ Owen is still in the hunt as they come on to the finish. But Palladium Hanover is going to win. KJ Owen was second. Then 4 across the track for third. It looked like Control the Gold. 3 others were there. 154-1. Palladium Hanover and Jason Ryan gets the job done. Races very well. Lives up to that 3-5 status. Sugar.
Indeed, yeah, the backup class certainly showing up there, and his backup class actually helped him in here when making a move following the quarter. He got a ton of respect from driver Daryl Thiessen when he pulled alongside. He was let go without a tussle, so if he'd had to park around that half-mile turn, I'm not sure if he would have held on to win this race. Again, having the class edge gets you some respect out there.
And certainly KJ Owen was able to come on and really make it quite a horse race. We did like KJ Owen. We were just worried about would this horse be able to come on and would there be enough speed. Well, mile of 54-1, they went about an even fractions, 57-1, but looked really good.
Yeah, he wasn't letting up any. A game second, another one of those grit grinding types, right? And I love those kind of horses. They can stay on the outside all day and they just won't stop coming.
And Rilkoff might have stuck around for fourth. I'm not sure. They'll have to look at that break at the start. We'll see if Rilkoff was fourth, but nonetheless, don't need to review the winner because Palladium Hanover. Jason Ryan didn't have any wins in the first half of the card, but he's got 3 now.
Wow, he's rolling. He loves the river.
Well, he is your man. You know, the thing with Palladium Hanover, it just was that you could tell that this horse would fit this class. I was a little worried about 1 win in 21 starts. I don't like to take a horse on top at short money if they've been a little bit win shy, but he wasn't even shy at the finish at all. It wasn't that close.
Yeah, it was all about the class relief and having that class edge and being let go without a tussle towards that half mile. I mean, they weren't going any big fractions. Again, he's lucky. He didn't run into a fight when battling for the front. It was kind of given to him. And from that point on, he just had to hold them off. He was good to go.
It's a 2-6-5-4. Is the top 4. Back in front of us is 2 Palladium Hanover, 5-year-old Art Speak Bay Gelding, owned by Paul Sanders and A1 Stable. Jody Cullen, the trainer, Jason Ryan with the driving hat trick. And it's the second win of the year, 17th lifetime for Palladium Hanover. Ninth race payouts to Palladium Hannah for 320, 220, and 210. 6K J-Owen, 410, 335. Control the Gold, 360. $2 exactor, 1650. Dollar Try, 35.55. Dollar Super 100, 81.55. The 20-cent Super is 36.31. The ninth race order of finish from the top, 6154327. That is 6154327 on the bottom. There's a look at the Paddock camera presented by the Ontario Equine Education and Employment Program. Field for the 10th race on parade, the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals Parade. One is Woodmere Rollin' Pop, semi-filia for Gary Murner. Number 2 is Keystone Dakota, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and Martin Kempfer. 3, Southwind Infusion, Daryl Thiessen for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. 4, Tricky McWicky, Mike Vanderkamp for Stuart and Patricia Bolander. 5, Gravitational, Jason Ryan for Tim Myers and Boris Loss. Number 6, It Takes Two, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly McNiven and Bradley Douglas. Number 7, Harry G, Jay Harris for Duncan Gillis and Christina Saftik. And the braid is RJ Ringo, Austin Sorry for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. Field of 8 for race number 10. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we'll start with number 1, Woodmere Rollin' Pop. And how about the pop he showed here last year with a 51-2 victory?
Yeah, he was one of the early speedsters on that brand new 5/8 track at the river. And I like his chances here. He gets his nose back on gate. Anytime I see a speed type horse that's been in the trailing spot for a couple of starts, then their nose goes back on gate, you have to think they're going to bring it. And I've got all kinds of time for Woodmere Rollin' Pop Sammy Filion in this finale. 3-1. Decent price as well.
I think that field 3 races ago at Flamborough would be comparable to this one, and he blasted to the front from post 5 and won by almost 2 lengths. So Woodmere Rollin' Pop, I think, is one that definitely could pop. Strong barn, semi-filia for Gary Murner. 2, Keystone Dakota, second beaten half a length, and here just also last week, Keystone Dakota is one that really impressed us. He was a 49-1 shot.
Yeah, he got no love from horse players last time out. But Steve Hudon, fine job navigating things late to just miss second best behind Edavant in 52-1. If he can repeat that performance, should be right there on the end.
3, Southwind Infusion is one that comes in off of a win here, dominant win. Now against lesser foes, but still Southwind Infusion, that was a pretty solid start and gets off the gate well and has a favorable post again.
Lots of speedsters in here. I see a big opening quarter mile clocking. Daryl Thiessen stays on the drive. Confidence running high now for this 3, Southwind Infusion. Decent value off winning in 53. Back quarter 28. Nothing wrong with that. This race could be as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Well, I beg to differ, because 4, Tricky McWicky is my top pick, and all the cappers except for you went to the 4, Tricky McWicky.
Yeah, I know Ken Middleton likes the chances as well. This horse is getting class relief. You know, there's a few preferred types in here, and it's not an easy race to cap. You can win from anywhere. You know, there's some speedsters, there's some closers. I was kind of running around everywhere, and then, like I said, the last thing I thought of, it just could be as easy as 1, 2, 3. That's why I went that way, but would not be surprised at all to see the 4 show up.
And for Tricky McWicky, it was fourth to Ideal Perception, and we also saw sometimes somewhere Artie's Ideal. Artie's Ideal, a winner earlier. Number 5, Gravitational, was good at Mohawk 2 races ago.
Jason Ryan, the hot hands on the back half of this card, could be the walk-off grand slam opportunity right here.
Well, you're calling it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe you just got lazy in the 10th and just said, I'm not going to look. I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Gary, if I could have threw the 6 in too, I would have as well.
It's a field of 8 for the 10th race. Woodmere Rollin' Pop, Keystone Dakota, Southwind Infusion in the center, Tricky McWicky, Gravitational. The outside, it takes 2, and Harry G and RJ Ringo. Field of 8 for the 10th race. Field for the 10th race. All in position. They're at the start of the off, and Woodmere Rollin' Pop leaves out with Keystone Dakota, Tricky McWicky, and RJ Ringo on the outside. RJ Ringo continues to beat on the outside. RJ Ringo is racing a third, now second. Keystone Dakota third, Southwind Infusion, and then Tricky McWicky, but Woodmere Rollin' Pop. But RJ Ringo is quick like a beetle in the 10th race and driving. RJ Ringo wants to come on now and take the lead. RJ Ringo's got the front. Then on the inside, Woodmere Rollin' Pop. And now on the outside, Keystone Dakota. RJ Ringo did not want to get back and had the lead, but now it is Keystone Dakota who's come on to take the lead. And RJ Ringo is racing position to second as they work their way on into the backstretch. 25 and 4 opening quarter, and on past the half they go. And 53 and 3 halftime. Very sharp fractions, and it is now Keystone Dakota who's got the front, but RJ Ringo is going to come right back out and in pursuit of Keystone Dakota. Keystone Dakota, RJ Ringo, and now Southwind Infusion and Woodmere Rollin' Pop. And then Tricky McWicky as they race their way on to 3/4 Keystone Dakota. RJ Ringo is just about a length back, and then Southwind Infusion now is infused into the top grouping, and then Woodmere Rollin' Pop. Tricky McWicky is trying to mount a big late push now and is coming on gamely. Southwind Infusion. Here comes Tricky McWicky. Keystone Dakota. RJ Ringo, Woodmere Rollin' Pop as the field turns from Woodmere Rollin' Pop's looking to dart up and now find his seam, and it is Southwind Infusion as they come on to the finish. It is going to be Southwind Infusion, Keystone Dakota, and then they're all flying for across the track for a third. It might have been Harry G. 152 and 4. You said there'd be some speed. How about 25 and 4 to the quarter, Sugar?
Scalding early fractions. I did not see that coming. 25 and 4, 53 and 3. End up being a mile of 152 and 4, a new lifetime best for this Southwind Infusion. And there's some big prices involved in this high five. Would not surprise me at all to see the carryover.
And the thing with Southwind Infusion, going into last week, I didn't like Southwind Infusion on top for one big reason. Was 0 for 15 in the win column. Well, now is 2 for 17.
Amazing what a win can do for a racehorse. It's all about having some confidence. Daryl Thiessen put him in a perfect spot, and this horse knows how to win now. And this is a big, big trip. Never better.
Yeah, and look, RJ Ringo certainly helped things along. Keystone Dakota proved that last week wasn't a fluke because Keystone Dakota was 49 to 1 last week and took a lot more money, 13 to 1 this week, and is going to probably drop next week.
Yeah, Keystone Dakota, he went a big trip. I mean, not many horses would be making a move into a 53 and 3 halftime, but that's what we saw from Keystone Dakota. Another one that's finding some confidence now at the river.
Yeah, and Tricky McWicky looked like he was maybe going to come on, but it was just it was one of those races that just didn't quite play his way. It looked like it could because there was enough speed to run at, but I definitely want to keep an eye out for RJ Ringo next time out.
Wow. Gary, look at these prices for the top four. How's this high five out?
Yeah, there's Tricky McWicky, 4 to 5 on the board, ends up finishing fifth. So you get the 4 to 5 horse off of the top four. If you've got this ticket, you can go to the Bahamas. Back in front of us, and we'll talk to you again Wednesday night. Have yourself a good rest of your night. Number 3, Southwind Infusion is back in front of us. Southwind Infusion, second win in a row. The winning triumph to Daryl Cheeson. Southwind Infusion. 4-year will always be Mickey Bay Gelding. Owned by Gino Toscani. Trained by Ashley Lenvoy. It is the second win on the season. Second in a row. 8th lifetime. Southwind Infusion. Victorious at 9 to 1 to take the 10th dash. At 152-4, a new career mark. Tenth race payouts 3 Southwind Infusion 2080, 930 and 610, 2 Keystone Dakota, 930 and 590, 7 Harry G 1560, $2 exactor $185, dollar try 2018 High five carryover of $2,898, $2 double $23.90, dollar pick 3 $64.25, dollar pick 4 $192.40, and a dollar pick 5 $457.60.